Hello everyone. Um how's everybody doing today? I'm not gonna lie, we're pretty far behind right now. I'm at 2,400 words when I should be at 12,000 right now, I think. So I'm just gonna jump right into it. Try and play a little bit of catch up today and probably a lot more on Tuesday. Tomorrow I might be streaming, but I'm getting a part for this thing. So I'm gonna finish the build on this and set up the PC, and then if I have time I'll stream as well and get some writing done. But today I'm gonna see how much I can get done today. It's already 8 o'clock. On Tuesday though, I will probably start early and end late and just get as much done as possible there. Try and hopefully catch up the entire way. Maybe make it like a 10K day. But we'll see what happens, you know? So just get right into it. Here we go. I think we left off with Carlos. He was in the factory speaking with the guy who manages the place. And I'm gonna pull up the outline because it's just helpful to review that every once in a while. Yeah. Carlos heads to the factory, meets with an owner, gets suspicious of the owner, but is immediately distracted by a commotion. We actually changed that. He's talking to a manager, because the owner himself is not present. There we go. So, okay. There was a lot that I hadn't really worked out, if I remember correctly. I'm just going to reread real quick what I wrote with their conversation. Most noticeable, there was a man with a thin curled mustache at the messy desk in the center of the office. The man was looking directly at Carlos with an expression of distaste and mild annoyance. Yes, do you need something? Carlos opened his jacket to reveal the insignia on his jerkin, as he had for the guards outside. Yes, actually. I'm here on assignment for the Honorable Lord Gemini. It seems a servant of his was doing some work here and went missing. I was hoping I could ask you a few questions to help guide my search, blah blah blah. So this guy said something suspicious. Let me zoom through this. Honestly, she's been asking for trouble since the day that we took her in. That already sounds fishy. Took her in. But that's not enough for Carlos to be like, something's wrong. So he goes on to question it. And the man, so the man's just acting suspiciously at this point. I don't know if that's enough for Carlos to draw a conclusion later. So, and I already have a note for that. Just more dialogue to aid Carlos's deduction. I'm just gonna move right forward from there then. Yeah, because this is the deduction that he doesn't have enough information for. The guy... that the guy knows more than he's letting on, or that he wants to find her. I forget which one it was. I'll go back and watch my stream. I was talking about it all the other night. This response deserves more dialogue, especially regarding the fact that this manager actually wants her to be found. There we go. I already wrote that all, so just overthinking. I'm just gonna jump right into the mess. Maybe the mess is going to be the finalization of this chapter, and then we're going to go into Sheila's part, so that's going to be fun. I'm actually going to need a new tab open here for reference, because Sheila has some capability with the magic system. Oops, that's the Word document. View only. That's fine. I only need to read it. Okay. Great. I'll need to reference that later. Once we get into chapter 2. For now, let me find a place to put my phone. Get a drink of coffee. This is gonna be a late night. Okay. I'm typing and no words are coming out. Hold on. Here we go. I just wasn't clicked into the doc. I don't know where I typed that to. Hey Fruity, how's it going? Thanks for stopping in again. It was at that moment that a loud noise rattled Carlos from his conversation. I don't like that sentence at all. Let me get comfortable here. Okay. It was at that moment that a loud noise rattled Carlos from his conversation. Yeah, just gonna underline this whole thing. And continue moving forward, because I want to double my word count today. Right, 2,400. I want 4,800. I want 5,000 tonight. At least then I can say I'm halfway behind instead of 10,000 words behind. That's right where I'm at, Fruity. I don't think anything I've written so far will be 100% what the final draft has. But, I mean, a big part of drafting a novel in a month is basically just making a very wordy outline, you know? So yeah, I've been talking myself through that actually today. It's like, I need to speed up my process. But I think I'm gonna worry like a lot less about detail-oriented things and do all of that in the edit. It's not how I normally write, but I normally write kind of at a slow pace. So to do NanoWriMo, I need to change my method, and it'll probably teach me a lot in the process. So Carlos and the manager are both gonna jump up here. He turned. Oops, I don't want that underlined here. He turned to look out the small window in the office to just in time to see a large, what did I call them? Shelf. I'm just gonna say shelf here. A large shelf holding many of the crates Carlos had just walked. This is awful. He turned to look out the small window in the office just in time to see a large shelf holding many of the crates Carlos had just walked by. That's so wordy and unnecessary. See a large shelf holding many of the crates he'd just seen. This is supposed to be a triggering moment for some action, so he turns to look out the small window in the office, just in time to see a large shelf falling. There we go. To the ground. Man from the main warehouse a man yelled from the warehouse. And I didn't give this guy a name, the guy Carlos was just talking to. Oh well, I can worry about that later. A man yelled from the warehouse and the manager stood up and rushed out the door. So I think this guy's going to run out to solve the issue and leave Carlos alone in this office so that Carlos can find something in like chapter 3, because I want to kind of cut from here. I have to figure out the timeline of this all, because when I cut from here, I want to cut into Sheila. I want Sheila to be trying to get in to this factory while this is occurring, and I need to work out. Carlos is going to be coming through this office, combing through the contents of this office to find something. Maybe he'll find like a document. He needs to find like pretty solid proof of what he's about to see. And then he needs to chase her from within. So I think what's going to happen is I'm going to cut from this action sequence to a chapter about Sheila, introducing Sheila as she's breaking into this place. And then she's going to actually get in, and this manager is going to come back after Carlos finds this like sheet of paper. Maybe it's like a list of names of people who are enslaved below. And then, and the manager is going to tell Carlos she's here, chase after her, what are you good for, that sort of thing. And then Carlos is going to go chase after her and find out about all this shit. So, okay, got it. That's the direction this is headed. Perfect. I'm actually going to add some notes to the outline really quick because I hadn't exactly worked this out until just now. So, let's add an event. Sheila breaks back into the factory and the manager orders Carlos to chase after her. Carlos finds her, but she gets away. Okay, that's good enough for the note. Just gotta hope this program works okay. Come on. Something's wrong with it. Can't handle. I can add the connections later. Let me just try. Yeah, I think I froze my outlining software. Well. Oh, nope. It worked. It just took a second. Let me just draw the other connection now so I don't forget. Hey, okay. That is gonna work so much better on my PC. Can't wait. Tomorrow. Anyway. Okay, a man yelled from the warehouse and the manager stood up and rushed out the door. Leaving Carlos alone inside the office. Carlos looked out the small window to just in time to see a figure dash from the area where the shelving just in time to see a figure dash from the area where the shelving had fallen over toward the... I don't remember how I laid out this place in description, so I'm just gonna enter like westernmost area of the warehouse, which is definitely not the words I'm using, but for now it works. Okay, and now this is going to be like the last paragraph of the chapter, I think. This is whatever I write here. Chapter 1 needs a lot of work, but chapter 1 always needs a lot of work. It's like the whole introduction to the novel, so we gotta make sure, I gotta make sure to this is going to be rewritten probably 10 times after November's over. For now, and I think chapter 2 is going to be the same because I'm introducing 2 main characters in the 2 first chapters. A man yelled from the warehouse, and the manager stood up and rushed out the door, leaving Carlos alone inside the office. Carlos looked out the small window, just in time to see a figure dash from the area where the shelving had fallen over towards Carlos thought that he should go see what the commotion was all about. It was his job, after all. But I haven't finished the conversation that I'm referencing here, so but the man's reaction, manager's reaction to his questioning. Now, I need a good word here. But the manager's reaction to his questioning earlier, bothered in the back of his mind. Okay, actually, I'll put wriggled for now. I don't like wriggled in the back of his mind. Maybe it works. Maybe. Carlos thought that he should go see what the commotion was all about. It was his job, after all. But the manager's reaction to his questioning earlier wriggled in the back of his mind. Why had he wanted so badly to find this woman if he also wanted Carlos to I don't know if this is the right line of thought for him to be going down, but he needs to be thinking about something. So this is going to be questionable. Why was the manager so hesitant to answer Carlos' questions about the woman's past? I like that. That's a good one. I mean, and I like it because it's actually written in this dialogue already. So we'll see what this becomes or replaces, or if the dialogue becomes something that makes this fit. For now, does there need to be a third question? Carlos thought that he should go see what the commotion was all about. It was his job, after all. But the manager's reaction to his questioning earlier wriggled in the back of his mind. Why had he wanted so badly to find this woman if he also wanted Carlos to kill her? Why was the manager so hesitant to answer Carlos's questions about the woman's past? No, 2 questions sounds good. It wasn't adding up. Why the urgency if this woman was a nobody, or maybe 4 questions are needed. It wasn't adding up. Why the urgency if this woman was a nobody? Why was she considered to be so dangerous? These are all things that actually haven't been covered in this dialogue yet, but I plan on making this conversation way bigger. I'm actually gonna bold this so I don't forget about it. Why was she considered to be so dangerous? And yeah, we're gonna do a 5 here. 5 is normally a good number of like beats for questions and things like that. If you're not gonna do 3, 5 is the next best thing. So, for now, another question here. That works. And I lied, that's not going to be the last paragraph of this chapter, because we're going to have Carlos rushed over to the desk and began sifting through documents and reading them as fast as he could manage. That seems like a good spot to end it. I'm not thrilled, but I don't need to be. I can be thrilled later when I edit it. Over to the desk. He began shifting through documents and reading them as fast as he could manage. Peeking up at the open doorway, to ensure that he wasn't caught snooping, and I don't want that to be what I write at all, so that works for now. Okay, I think that's chapter 1 down at least. Only 6 pages, but actually it won't be only 6 pages when I add to the dialogue there. That's probably going to be 7 or 8. Okay. Now, I don't know how to do a page break on Google Docs. Time to learn. Format. Oh, maybe it's insert page break. Break. Here we go. Page break. Very nice. What? I'm just gonna keep this standard for now. Arial 18. Cool. Bold. Entered. Ela. This is not centered. What the hell is going on? There we go. Let's go back down to 12. If you just heard a crazy noise, I apologize. It was one of the springs on the arm for my microphone here. Should be good now. Okay. Here we go. Oh, I want to get in some thought dialogue. Actually, I'm going to leave a note to do that for Carlos too. I like doing like italicized thought dialogue a lot for like specific characters, usually the main focus, and then not doing so much with side characters. I don't even know if I'm going to have more than 2 perspectives in this book, but we'll see. Might have at least 3 because I always like to throw a specific character into things. He doesn't necessarily need his own perspective chapter though. Anyway, note. Add thought dialogue for Carlos. In this chapter. Alright, Sheila. Sheila's gonna start with a thought bubble. I am typing at 12, right? Yep. It font size formatting bullshit. Okay. Let's go with... Damn it. Damn it. Sheila thought as she ran as fast as she possibly could away from the clattering mess of sound in the middle of the storeroom. Alright. Yeah. I think she's going to refer to the warehouse as just as using a different word. Kind of separate the 2 characters a little bit. I didn't even spell Sheila right. There we go. I don't know why it let me spell it the wrong way up there. I need to remember that. E before I. Okay. Damn it, Sheila thought, as she ran as fast as she possibly could away from the clattering mess of sound in the middle of the storeroom. She needed to get down to the factory floor as quickly as possible without actually, she needed to I'm gonna rewrite. She needed to get in and out now as quickly as possible. I didn't even think of how difficult this made what she's trying to do become. She's gotta break in now. After causing a disturbance, she's gotta break in and free her friends. Like, I don't know if she would even. I've got to give her a reason to attempt that still. Alright, I think I got an idea. She'd only be able to free... Only Beagle? You'd only be able to free... a certain... small number of people now. The alarm was certainly going to be raised after that fiasco. Perfect. Okay, this kind of gets to explaining what the hell she was just doing and why that shelf fell. Okay, she needed to get in and out now as quickly as possible. She'd only be able to free a small number of people now. The alarm was certainly going to be raised after that fiasco. And then... Okay, here we go. That fucking warden doesn't even think to bolt down the shelving up here. He's literally got access to all the... I need to, okay, so to explain to stream what the hell I'm doing here, I'm world building a little bit with her thought process, but, on top of that, I'm adding some things that, like, the reader won't necessarily catch on to, except for, like, on a second read. So what she's gonna say here is he's literally got access to all the materials. I don't know what the word is that I'm looking for as well, which is how I got into describing this, but basically what what's happening here is she's an escapee from this factory, which is owned by a very powerful person who has enslaved a bunch of magic users who are able to use this magical power called material flux. And this person is using that in secret to like stimulate this country's economy by turning stone into gold, and well, actually not that wouldn't actually work, but turning different things into gold. For instance, you can turn water into gold, or there's all these different possible ways to change matter to your liking with this magic system. So it's kept very secret. Anybody who has it is immediately enslaved and put to work to make the economy better, and it's really caused like a mess of problems. So she's an escapee from this, and what she's talking about right now, I need to make seem like it makes sense, but not. I'm getting way too far into like editing stuff, but I did want to explain that to stream so that anybody who's watching knows what the hell I'm talking about here. That fucking warden doesn't even think to bolt down the shelves up here. He's literally got access to all the materials he could ever need. If I get into like a mode where I need to like cool off from the actual writing on the page, I'll definitely hop into the magic system and explain it to stream in detail. I think that'll be a good thing for me to get on video here so that it can be referenced later. I'll probably put a clip for anybody who watches 10 days from now and has no clue what the hell's going on. So I'll do that at some point tonight if I can get a good pace going. If not, I'll start Tuesday's stream doing that or something. The fucking warden doesn't even think to bolt down the shelving up here. Right, okay, so he's literally got access to all the materials and workers he could ever need. And he's stingy about the bolts. On some storage racks. There we go. Alright, I like that. That gives her some personality right away. She's been literally enslaved by this place for 10 years. So she like knows the ins and outs of it and fucking hates it. So it adds to that as well. I hope. But that's all edit stuff. Okay, so after that thought, she needs to just jump right back into her head while she's physically like running for her life, because I need to explain what the hell just happened. So Sheila had been attempting to jump from one shelf to another. I'm gonna keep spelling her name wrong. Has been attempting to jump from one shelf to another. In order to evade the storeroom floor's security and to get back inside can't get too exposition-y here. Sheila had been attempting to jump from one shelf to another in order to evade the storeroom floor's security. Period. I don't know. I'm stuck. I want to describe this like I want to describe the whole circumstance without getting really into exposition. I'm trying to decide whether or not I do it as quickly as possible and move forward, or whether I almost like after just 2 paragraphs in jump into like a flashback for a little bit and then jump back. I don't like the idea of doing the second very much, but it might be the best thing I could do. I don't know. I really don't know. I'm gonna try and do it minimally and see how that works first. Sheila had been attempting to jump from one shelf to another in order to evade the storeroom floor security. She okay. She now decided it probably would have been far easier, far better if he'd just snuck by the idiots. I don't know. I don't like that word. The dimwits. Like she'd done earlier today. Kind of cool. It lets the reader kind of assume how she escaped, while telling the reader that she's the person who escaped. Yeah. She just snuck by the dimwits like she'd done earlier today. Now she was stuck running from, here we go, and get right back into the action of it. Now she was stuck running from the entirety of the top floor security. Now she was stuck running from the entirety of the top floor security. And this is where this comes in. And she still needed to get down to the factory floor without what? Without being noticed? I mean, she's already been noticed. Without being followed. Oh, okay, I like this. Because now what we can do is this whole chapter can be about... Okay, yeah, I love this. Alright. This whole chapter is going to be about Sheila convincing all of the guards who she just alerted to her presence that she has run away. And then she's going to sneak downstairs. And then that will... then I need Carlos to catch up with her, and so I need the security to be convinced that she's gone, and I need Carlos to somehow follow after her. So what the information he'll find will be about the bottom floor, and how maybe he didn't know that there even was a bottom floor. I'll work that out. But yeah, this will be cool because it'll very cleverly right at the jump show how skilled she is at being like stealthy and stuff of that nature, so that later when they decide that she's going to be the person to infiltrate this place again, they pick her. Cool. Very cool. Now I need to work that out. That's going to be a bit of a complex thing because, well, we'll see how it goes. I might skip a lot and just move forward from it if I get stuck anywhere. All right. Now she was stuck running from the entirety of the top floor security, and she still needed to get down to the factory floor without being followed. Alright. Alright, all this, even if it's not actually... I'm going to leave it as it is, because she could just be thinking these things so super fast and then not necessarily have it be the thing that she lands on doing. It might change, but check. Okay. I just left that mark there to tell myself to check that it makes sense with the rest of the chapter, the rest of her decisions. So, Sheila is now running. How do I get right back into the action here? Had anyone noticed? And that's not how to do it. She ran by I need to describe the floor better, and I don't know exactly how to do it. Ooh. He ran behind the first stack of crates she could find that would hide her from sight. She ran behind the first stack of crates she could find that would hide her from the sight of the guards. Sight of the floor's guards. Okay, so I need to make a decision here because Sheila has access to some magic which will completely affect things like this. Now, this might be a good time. I need to consider what the hell is going to happen as she runs through this factory. What's going to happen in her chapter. So this might be a good time for me to recalibrate myself and go over this magic system. Yeah, Fruity, you're down? Okay, good. Because this one, it's a very hard magic system in a lot of ways. So, I'm gonna, I'll just get right into it. Flux is a magic system that takes place in on this planet, in this universe that the story takes place in. And I don't want to get too far into the universe itself, but essentially there's these pieces of power that kind of influence the magic in a specific place, like on a specific planet in this universe of mine. So what's happening on this planet is all the magic is based around transformation. So that's what the magic system of Flux is. And to make a really long story short, the entire history of this planet is based around this one ancient society that a long time ago had a difference of opinions, essentially, like not a civil war, but like a splitting off to become like that. They were once one tribe, but a large group of people disagreed with the way that things were going, and took off and started their own civilization like far away. And these were the Tuatha De Danann, which is from Irish mythology. And the people who split off were the Fomorians. So again, gotta get through this part really quick. the they all have access to all of the flux magics. Human beings, however, only gain access to material flux. And these Tuath and Fomorians are having a lot of influence on the human world, basically, in secret. And they're very much influencing why these factories are cropping up and stuff. The Fomorians are trying to take control of this country, while a small group of like rebels are being influenced by the Tuath to stop this like totalitarian rule that the Fomorians are trying to have over this segment of the human population. And to make a really long story short, the Fomorians are taking people and transforming them using magic in order to make them like loyal servants and stuff. I don't think that's going to come up at all in this novel, so I won't get into it, but they use humans who have access to this power to do that. And then on top of that, the human beings who control the government in this country are using people who have the magic to prop up the economy, which is what this book is all about. So people can do material flux, and when you have access to this power, you get one of two powers from it. One is shifting, and the other is infusing. So what Sheila is she's an infuser. And people who are shifters, here we go. There's two types of matter that this material flux has power over. Group 1 are solids, stone, metal, and crystal are the known materials. And then liquids, air, water, and smoke. So a person who can shift can take matter from group 1 and turn it into matter from group 2. So they could take air and turn it into stone or crystal or metal. And they can do that all the way throughout. So they could take a stone wall and turn it all into smoke, or they could turn the ground underneath someone's feet into smoke so the smoke rises up and hides them. All sorts of cool stuff like that. It leads to some pretty cool scenarios where like a person who can do that can form a weapon out of thin air, and they can get rid of somebody's armor by turning it into air and stuff. They need direct contact with the matter in order to make that happen. So that might come up depending on if I feel like throwing a dangerous person at these folks. However, this is going to come up a lot. Infusing. So Sheila can... I'll just read through it. Infusing is the art of charging matter from one of the above groups with life energy, which is the thing that fuels this magic. And each matter has certain properties that can be affected when you do this. So at their touch, an infuser is capable of infusing and also defusing matter. Defusing draws the energy back into the person. However, some energy is lost in the transition. And we don't have to get into that too much. But it charges matter with one of three core properties. Weight is A, and weight is, when it's infused with weight, something becomes heavier or lighter without any alteration to its density or size. And to explain that, I have to go further down. So I'm going to use weight as an example here to explain, because so it's stone and air which are affected by the weight property when they're infused with this energy. And like metal you can't take metal and affect it with weight, if that makes sense. It's based on what type of matter you're infusing, and not what you don't get to decide, is the point. So like, if you're an infuser and you decide to infuse energy into stone, the stone becomes heavier. That's just what happens. You don't get to decide to make the stone lighter, you make it heavier. And the same goes with, I think, weight's other correlation is air. So, like air, you make lighter. So that's not very useful, as you might conclude, because if you just infuse the air around you, it's just going to float up above some other air. It might cause like a slight breeze downward or something. But then, how do I show this in the most simple, quick way? Okay, yeah. Right, I put it down. Weight is A, phasing is B, and what phasing is you're affecting friction, essentially. So when you increase phasing, you're decreasing the amount of friction that something has. And then visibility is you affect its interaction with matter's interaction with light. So when you decrease visibility, you make something invisible, essentially. And this explains stone is A, which is weight, air is A, weight. Group 1 is an increase. So when you increase phasing on metal, the metal more easily can go through something. So if you infuse a sword with phasing, it will chop through things easier. You can chop down a tree with a sword, for instance, with one swing. Things like that. And then crystal is visibility. So if you increase crystal's visibility, like you could make a gem look shinier to a person. So it could be useful like for tricking people into noticing things that they might not otherwise notice, or it can be used in a number of deceptive ways, but it's kind of not useful, similar to how the air is. Now, I won't get into the weeds with this, but in my other book, a character has the capability to do both of these things, and so they discover that shifting and infusing together can do a whole host of things when they combine the powers, because they could make for instance, they could infuse the air around them, and that would make the air lighter, right? But then they could shift the air that they just made lighter into a sword, and that sword would weigh very little, and they can do things like that. So that makes it more powerful when someone is capable of both, or when people work together who have the powers that complement each other. So that might come up. I've considered making Carlos a shifter without him realizing it, but I think that might be a little bit too much. It might be like a one of those reveals at the end where it comes in handy right at the last moment. I haven't exactly decided. Let me know if, that has to be confusing because I barely went into it, but let me know if you have any questions about that. But to make a long story short, Sheila is an infuser and might, something about infusing might come in handy. trying to think about it actually. I don't know, but if you notice, like, these groups of matter that can be affected by this are all non-organic, essentially. I know smoke it's debatable whether it's organic or not, because most smoke comes from the burning of organic materials, but I consider it inorganic because it sorry, there's a fly in here. Because it's broken down so far. It's basically carbon and whatever. So yeah, that's the gist of it. The reason I brought up the organic nature of it is because there's also energy flux and life flux, and energy flux is like what the Tuath do, and they can turn like electricity into heat and strange things like that. So they can do some weird stuff by turning certain types of energy into other types of energy, like turning someone's kinetic energy into heat and like lighting them on fire if they swing a punch at someone, or lighting their arm on fire or their fist or something. And then life flux is what the Fomorians do to make people into their like loyal monsters and stuff. And they do a couple of things. They turn shifters into these beings that can kind of change their own bodies in certain ways. Like they're not like your classic like shapeshifter. They don't get to change like into whatever they want. They kind of can like use their own bones to like change, like a Wolverine style sort of like spikes that come out of their hands, things like that. And then they can turn infusers into I'm still working on exactly what the powers of the people that they've changed are when they're infusers, but yeah, I'm still working on that a lot. One of the main characters in my other book is one of those guys, and I kind of need to work on him to make him more terrifying. So yeah, that's the gist. That's what's needed for Sheila. I better get back to adding to my word count. I want to get to 5,000 words tonight, and it's already 9:30, so got a lot of work to do. Before I get into it though, I am going to go and grab a drink really quick. So I will be right back. It won't be more than a few minutes. Thanks, Fruity. Yeah, I really love magic systems. I've been very inspired by Brandon Sanderson and the like for making hard magic systems. It's just a fun thing to work out. Like you have to solve 100 issues, and then and then your characters have to solve issues using like these restrictions that you've put on them, which is, it's just, I don't know, it's like a motivating storytelling thing. Something I didn't mention is life lack, which the life energy that's used to accomplish all these feats is it's something that like every human being creates in general, but most people have like small amounts of it, and or like, you know, most people who use the magic have larger amounts of it, and there's different sources to obtain this stuff. There's these rare like gemstones that hold it, but there's also like, you also just generate it when you eat food, for instance, and different beings can create it and all this stuff. But when you use the magic, you use it up, and if you use too much of it, then things happen to you that are not so good, and some of them can be permanent if you use up too much of it. So that's what this is all covering. If you hit stage 3, it's a point of no return, and your body can no longer generate life energy on its own. And so they suffer all these issues like lethargy and like their organs slowing, and terrible stuff happens to people who overdo it. So that's the sort of thing, sort of consequence attached to it, so that they're not constantly trying to solve all their problems using tons and tons of magic. They wouldn't be able to anyways. They'd die. Yeah. Let's get back to Sheila and where Sheila's at. She ran behind the first stack of crates she could find that would hide her from the sight of the floor's guards. I actually haven't considered for a second how I would introduce the magic, but if I were to use it in this chapter, I could introduce it here. So I'm just going to make a note of that to come back to if I do end up using it for any reason. The best thing I can think of that she would do is making herself invisible by surrounding herself with smoke. There's a drawback to that in that people can smell the smoke, and people well informed about the magic can understand that someone's hiding behind a veil of invisible smoke. So yeah, that is probably not gonna be something that she leans towards doing in an indoor space. She ran behind the first stack of crates she could find that would hide her from the sight of the floor's guards. A few men ran by her hiding spot. She waited for a few moments. A couple men ran by her hiding spot, not even paying it any mind. Were they running in the same direction? What I want her to be doing right here is trying to figure out if they noticed her at all. And kind of deducing that they did. Were they running in the same direction she had gone because they saw her? Or was it just a coincidence? Either way, at this point, caution was of the essence. I think that's a good it's a good fix for that. Huh. 2,888 words. I keep getting stuck on this. I don't know why. Let's see. What are you gonna do, Sheila? What are you gonna do here? I want her to influence the guards on this floor in order to convince them that she's run out like the front door or a side door or like left the building when she really hasn't. So okay, I think I've got an idea. As soon as the men were a good distance from her, Sheila took her knife. Come on, I gotta start spelling that right. Sheila took her knife and began to pry open one of the crates, which she hid behind. She crossed her fingers and as he peered into the crate, he smiled. I can't wait until I'm using a keyboard that matches the computer so I don't have to click up here for italics. I don't know if you were here, Fruity, when I mentioned the last part for my PC is coming in tomorrow, so it'll actually be running and I'll be setting it up tomorrow, and that's gonna be cool. I might do a little bit of gaming and stuff in between writing sessions once that's all together. As soon as the men were a good distance from her, Sheila took her knife and began to pry open one of the crates which she hid behind. I'm thinking of playing, why is the name escaping me right now? Baldur's Gate 3. I really want to get Baldur's Gate 3. It looks really good. I know it's like a pre-release sort of a thing right now, but I'm going to have fun with that. I really liked Divinity Original Sin 2, and it's made by the same people. So that's going to be fun. There's also a bunch of like dumb games that I've always wanted to play that I've never had the PC to play on. There's one called 1 Hour, 1 Life, and it's like it's a multiplayer, it's like an online game where when you start the game, you're literally a baby that another character is taking care of, and over the space of 60 minutes, you grow up to the age of 60. So each minute is a year, and you live out the entire life of this person in whatever society you're born into, and everything that's in the game is created by other players. So you could be born into like a village of like cavemen, or you could be born into like a town that's been constructed over many play sessions by many different people, and it's a very interesting game. So I've been looking forward to that. I've been playing a lot of Among Us with friends. I don't know if that would be something I would stream though, unless I found a group of streamers who wanted to do it. There's a bunch of stuff I've been looking at. I might play, I really like games that are heavy on story. I used to stream mostly that on my PlayStation, so I might hop back into doing some of that, probably more so after the month is over, because those games can be long, and I wouldn't want to be too heavily distracted by the games when I'm trying to finish this novel. So that might be something I do alongside the editing process in December. I think December 10th, Cyberpunk 2077 comes out, and that looks really good. So that might be on the list there too. She crossed her fingers as she peered into the crate. She crossed her fingers, and as she peered into the crate, she smiled. That's gonna need a comma. Inside, I'm worrying too much about the sentence structure right now. She crossed her fingers, and as she peered into the crate, she smiled. Inside were exactly what she was hoping to find. Metal ingots lined the box. Oops, I capitalized too much. Steel ingots lined the box. Sheila grabbed two stuck one in her jacket pocket and held on to the other in order to held on to the other in case she needed it as a weapon. That's going the right direction. I think she's gonna use these to distract the guards. I need something here, but I'm having trouble thinking of anything. I need something about her. Sheila does something awesome. Something stealthy and awesome. She's gotta sneak, she's gotta almost get caught, do something it's gotta be on her, she almost gets herself caught and knows that she's almost getting herself caught, but pulls it off and doesn't get caught. And then it's not clicking yet. I better take a note of that though, otherwise I'm gonna forget. He needs to do something risky in order to distract the guards and have it pay off. Ooh. This might be one of those points where I need to jump around. I'm drawing I don't know. I'm having a tough time coming up with how this chapter is going to go. And it kind of needs to have some cohesion in order to get into chapter 3 with Carlos. Let me see. It's interesting. She already tried to do something stupid that didn't pay off, right? Or not stupid, something risky that didn't pay off. And now she's gonna do something risky that does pay off. Wonder if I should try and draw a connection between that. Maybe in the middle of it she'll go yeah, thought bubble. Why do I constantly put myself in these situations? Wow, I am the worst at typing. Why do I constantly put myself in these situations? Sheila thought. Oh, okay. Actually, yeah, this is a good spot to jump directly into. Okay. I think I've got a way to get myself in the mode. Why do I constantly put myself in these situations? Sheila thought. It's like I can't. Whoa, what did I just do? Hit the wrong button there. This is another problem. This keyboard has different like keybinds than what my computer is recognizing. I don't know if that's something I did wrong in setup, or I have no idea. I don't know why that happened. Why do I constantly put myself in these situations? Sheila thought. Like I can't. It's like I can't be effective. I don't know. This doesn't seem right exactly. Well, I can fix it later. It's like I can't be effective unless I'm putting myself on the line, and like it almost seems like too much self-reflection at this point. Like I can't be effective unless I'm putting myself on the line and something. I'm probably changing this, so I'm just gonna put that for now and underline this. Maybe it's just this whole thing that needs to go. Yeah, I might need to just cut that whole section of the thought, and that might do it. And less is more typically. Why do I constantly put myself in these situations? Sheila thought. Alright, and now we get to where I'm trying to get to. She dropped the metal ingot from oh wait, alright, so what I'm thinking has already happened is that Sheila makes her way back up some shelving near the entrance. So I'm thinking she does like this stealthy bit where she climbs up to the top of this shelving, and then she's gonna drop an ingot near the entrance. Needs to convince them that she's run away. This is tough. I'm kind of pissed I didn't outline this out before. Oh well. Yes, it's friction for metal. So like, I'm not sure that she's gonna even use the magic here, because if she were to infuse the metal, all that would happen is like, I don't know. Do you have a suggestion? Like, because I'm thinking all that would happen is like it would not be as abrasive against a person if she were to hit them with it, because it's a metal block. I mean, technically, like, if she put enough energy into it, she could, like, make it so that it would just go through things. Like it would literally just, like, phase through something and not even interact with it. Which, like, could be interesting, but I can't think of a way that it would, help this situation necessarily, unless she wanted to scare someone without hurting them. What I'm thinking is she's gonna something with really low friction would slide a really long way. Oh, that's true. Oh, that's a very good point, Fruity. I like that. I need to use that. Okay, then that's... Let me think of how to insert that. She could chuck it... I could even have her do that and make it sort of a mysterious thing. Why did it, like, to the audience, why did it slide so far? And then explain it later, like when someone catches her using magic. And that way it doesn't become this big exposition mess explaining a complicated magic system in chapter 2. That's a great suggestion. Thank you, Fruity. I appreciate it. Yes, you passed magic class. You are now officially an infuser. Good job. So what you'll do is you'll throw it. Okay. Sheila makes her way back up some shelving, not near the entrance anymore, because she's gonna throw this thing at the entrance. Okay. Cause now she can do what you said, like make the mess of noise towards the entrance so that everyone thinks that she ran out. Yeah, I'm gonna have to work on it a little bit in editing to make sure she does it in such a way that it seems... You know what? Okay, actually... Sorry, I'm all over the place right now, but that was a very good idea, and I'm just working out exactly how it'll work. So, she's going to stealthily open crates along a hallway, corridor between two shelves that lead to the entrance. So what she's going to do is set this up for herself by making it seem like someone's been through, like rummaging through the entire warehouse, and then she's gonna like open the door. Maybe I can write this out actually. Yeah, I think I have enough now that I can actually write it. Holy shit. Thanks a ton, Fruity. That was very helpful. Alright, so where was she? Sheila grabbed two, snuck one into her jacket pocket, and held on to the other in case she needed it as a weapon. She traversed the factory floor until she came to a corridor between the shelves, which led directly to I'm just gonna keep writing doorway to outside. That is gonna need to be fixed. She traversed the factory floor until she came to a corridor between the shelves, which led directly to a door. She listened. The words just are not coming though. She listened carefully as she quickly and quietly opened crate after crate and scattered its contents to the floor. Okay. She traversed the factory floor until she came to a corridor between the shelves, which led directly to a doorway. She listened carefully as she quickly and quietly opened crate after crate and scattered its contents to the floor. After accomplishing this, I think that might actually be a whole new paragraph. After accomplishing this, Sheila snuck back down the corridor of shelves. Metal ingot in hand. And carefully climbed up to the second. The thing I'm looking for is if you're in like a Sam's Club or like a BJ's, like a warehouse style store, and they have those shelves that like stack up to like 15, 20 feet in the air. Like the second story to that shelving. The second. This is not the right word. To the second story shelf. I'll figure out how to describe that later. After accomplishing this, Sheila snuck back down the corridor of shelves. Metal ingot in hand. She needed to be as far from the entrance or the warehouse, not warehouse, she's been calling it store. storeroom, I think. Yeah. As far from the storeroom entrance as possible to make this work. She carefully climbed up to the second story shelf. Actually, I might be able to actually use that. To the second story. I don't like it. I don't think it's right. Anyways, she carefully climbed up to the second story of the shelf behind her. And listened for guards. After a few minutes of listening, Sheila felt confident that most of the guards on the floor were close enough Now, I'm trying to describe that she's confident they're all close enough to come running without saying that they're close enough to come running. Because I kind of want it playing out to be the reader's first reaction to it. Not her being like, oh, I have this great idea. But being like, oh, she's up to something, and then showing the results when they happen. That's a tough one, actually. You mean the second story of the shelf thing? Yeah, I don't know. I'll figure it out sometime. I don't know. It's this like the thing that kept jumping into mind was the second shelf up. Like, if I was gonna describe it to someone, like if they were asking where something was, I would say it's on the second shelf up. But she carefully climbed up to the second shelf up does not sound good. So I don't know. I'll figure it out eventually. Sheila felt confident that most of the guards on the floor were close enough to maybe just were close enough. Sheila felt confident that most of the guards on the floor were close enough. Now, I need to describe her infusing the ingot without getting too into the weeds about the magic. So I want to do it like... she's got a... So when someone actually attempts to shift or infuse matter, it's basically like a meditation thing, and the better they are at it, the quicker they can do it. So she's been spending 10 years being forced to do this for people. She's going to be pretty skilled at it, at least in the regard of doing it quickly. She might be lacking an understanding of its capabilities, her power's capabilities, but actually fairly good at using her power. So, and I need to keep the reader away from understanding what she's doing. So you know what? I'll think about that later. Describe infusing without letting on that it's magic. Alright. After a few minutes of listening, Sheila felt confident that most of the guards on the floor were close enough. She infuses the metal ingot, and then she tossed the ingot down the corridor, and it slid supernaturally is not the word I want to use because it's too obvious, but it's a good stand-in as an explanation to myself. Oh, wait. Yeah, okay, so describe infusing the ingot, and then she tosses it after she thinks to herself. Why do I constantly put myself in these situations, Sheila thought. It's like I can't be effective unless I'm putting my life on the line. Or something. I still don't know if that's necessary, but I'm changing it a little bit. She tossed the metal ingot. Wait. I have this written already, ready to be pasted. She tossed the ingot down the corridor, and it slid supernaturally far. Right to the doorway she'd opened minutes ago. So, he opened the door, leaving it slightly ajar. This might need to be somewhere else. Okay, this is seeming pretty good. Holy crap, thank you so much, Fruity. Like, I was about to just go and do chapter 10 or something, and now I actually have what she's doing down, and it feels good. I feel confident in continuing this. She tossed the ingot down the corridor, and it slid supernaturally far right to the doorway that she'd opened minutes ago. Now, I need to describe the sound, but I have to think about that, because I want to be scientifically accurate with it to some extent. Like, I think the change of friction between metal and the stone floor would alter the sound that it makes when it slides across it. I need to do some research and figure out what that sound would be. I mean, I guess I could do like a really quick Google search right now. How does friction affect sound? I wonder if anybody's ever even thought about this. Friction resulting from the sliding contact of solids often gives rise to diverse forms of waves and oscillations within solids, which frequently lead to radiation of sound to the surrounding media. Friction also provides a means by which energy dissipation takes place. Acoustics of friction. Holy crap. Somebody has done this research. That's great. Alright. Of the multiple examples of friction sounds in nature, insect sounds are prominent. Friction also provides a means by which energy dissipation takes place at the interface of solids. Friction damping that develops between surfaces such as joints and connections. You really do, Fruity. You learned some crazy stuff. Just writing in general too. It's like I didn't think I'd be an expert on some things I've become an expert on. Like blacksmithing terminology. Friction damping that develops between surfaces such as joints and connections in some cases require only microscopic motion to dissipate energy. I'm starting to think that like metal sliding across stone with less friction involved might make it ring. How do I explain the sound? It might ring like a gong. You know, that vibration that happens with like cymbals, or I'll have to look into this further, but for now I'm thinking that might be close to accurate. Describe the sound. Is it a ringing sound? Like a gong or cymbal? Yeah, I'll have to do some research at some point. I want to continue getting words down though. So, she tossed the ingot down the corridor and it slid supernaturally far, right to the doorway she'd opened minutes ago. It makes the sound, okay, now I actually should insert the actual dialogue instead of describing guards yelling to each other. Hey. Guard number 2. No. Hey. Greg. Not Greg. Greg's awful. It doesn't fit the world. Darius. Actually, I don't think it would be, hey... I don't think they would call each other by name in this circumstance. They'd be too surprised. It'd be more like an exclamation, like... What's that? Who's there? Who's there, I think, is what I'm gonna go with for now. Who's there? Darius, get over here. The nearest guard. exclaimed. I don't like doing things other than said, but nearest guard exclaimed. I can fix that later, just keeping it that way now. Darius, get over here. Alright, thanks for stopping in, Fruity. I appreciate it. Have a good night. And thank you again for the help. Like, sincerely, I was pretty stuck there. I don't know where I'd be right now in this chapter without that suggestion, so really appreciate it. As soon as she heard the footsteps, aw, well, thank you. I need to do better at remembering what I say myself sometimes. I started off this stream, like, rehashing everything I told myself yesterday about this, so. As soon as she heard the footsteps, Sheila was off. Sheila ran toward gonna shift my position here really quick. Who's there? The nearest guard exclaimed. Darius, get over here. As soon as she heard the footsteps, Sheila ran towards the staircase, which led to her I'm not sure if I want to say prison here, which led to her prison. As soon as she heard the footsteps, Sheila ran towards the staircase, which led to her prison. It kind of clarifies what the hell is happening here. At the last time I mentioned her situation was here, she'd only be able to free a small number of people now. So I mean, it's clear with that single sentence that she's trying to free people from imprisonment. But we haven't made it clear that people are being held or enslaved yet, so got to be careful with how I word that. I might just make a mark here so I remember in editing to double check all that stuff. Okay. Yeah, I might want to add more thoughts here. Maybe. Ooh, okay. Alright, so we've got her running downstairs. It's semi-clear to the audience that she's trying to free people. Now, what I need to work out is where I'm gonna cut her chapter off, because I mean, this is not a full chapter here, and I'm trying to rush right back into Carlos so that he can. Okay, I could do a lot more here before Carlos comes back into the picture. I could have her. I could have her free someone, maybe, because he's gonna have to catch her and she's gonna escape. Damn, this is a tough one. Let me see if my outline has any sort of input regarding this. Carlos investigates disturbance, finds woman Sheila, and she runs through factory. He chases her. Carlos loses Sheila, but stumbles into the factory's slave floor. So, she... Okay, so I had this whole discovery. Originally, this was all going to be from the perspective of Carlos, and I've since changed my mind about that, and I want Sheila to be a viewpoint character. So the outline doesn't necessarily account for that. Carlos walks through an area full of caged people. Carlos tries to help but can't find keys. Carlos hides when a guard comes by and scolds prisoners for speaking, saying he'll get the foreman. Guard leaves. Carlos speaks with prisoners who explain the factory to him. Carlos witnesses prisoners fight back, and the Fomorian... Oh yeah, I was gonna have a Fomorian make an appearance and everything. Holy shit, I forgot all about this. Glad I looked at the outline here. Okay. Yeah, no, this has to happen. This is the inciting incident, essentially. So the Sheila's gotta lead him there, but not get caught up in this sort of bloodbath that's gonna happen. Oh, okay, I know how to make this work. She's gonna start freeing people. She's gonna start unlocking cages, or cells, really. And yeah, so okay, I got more I can add here. That's good. She's gonna start unlocking people's cells, telling them to get out. Maybe okay, so another thing I want to do is have Sheila reconnect with family. So her sister was going to be like a big part of her arc, like not necessarily a big character as her sister, but like a small character that is a big part of Sheila's arc. And maybe it can't be her sister that she frees. It's got to be... Let me see something. Come on, open up. There we go. Sheila's sister, Carlos's disillusioned guard friends, try to find something. Ooh. You know what? Okay. I have an idea here. I'm gonna have to add something to the outline later on. But Sheila is going to run off with one person so that Carlos can run into her, and then I gotta structure this right. This is a tough sort of spot that I've put myself in. I hope this program can handle it. Kyler, the retired contraband salesman, explosive guy. Okay. You need to add someone. These are the people that they'll be recruiting later. And what I'm thinking is I'm gonna add a character here who's gonna sort of allow me to get Sheila out of there before the massacre. Sheila's friend, who she frees from the factory at the start. Cool. Okay. So that's a thing. Alright, now I've got that. I can get back to putting words down. Okay. As soon as she heard the footsteps, Sheila ran toward the staircase, which led to her prison. To her old prison? Maybe? It's not that old. She's only been out of it for 10 hours at this point. As soon as she heard the footsteps, Sheila ran towards the staircase, which led to her old prison. Yeah, I think it works actually. She made her way down what seemed like 4 stories worth of stairs until I don't even know if I want to describe this part. I really feel like cutting from this single page back to Carlos's perspective, which would mean that I should number these chapters or something instead of naming them after viewpoint characters. That's not a problem, I guess, because this can be chapter 2 and have Sheila then Carlos, then Sheila then Carlos. Nah, I need more. I need more to give Sheila some weight as a character to begin with. So she's got to keep going. She's got to go, and then Carlos can run into her. She made her way down what seemed like 4 stories worth of stairs. What is this music I have playing? Doesn't seem appropriate for what I'm writing. Hold on. I'm gonna switch to let's see, what's this like? Too slow. I don't even know if it's loud enough on stream for you all to hear it. Let me turn it up a little bit. But this is too slow. We need some energy here. She's breaking into a prison. She's attempting a prison break. Maybe this? This sounds like it's gonna jump. Alright, anyway. I'm gonna stop getting distracted now. And see what happens to Sheila. She made her way down what seemed like 4 stories worth of stairs until she came upon an all too familiar sight. I'm gonna have to add this description later because it's just not coming to maybe let me just think about it for a second. I'm kind of mapping the room out in my head right now. Alright, I think I can describe this. Okay. She made her way down what seemed like 4 stories worth of stairs until she came upon an all too familiar sight. Actually, this doesn't make any sense. I can't put her in a room that she's familiar with without her first breaking into a place which she would be incapable of breaking out of normally. Like, all the prisoners that are down there need to not be able to just walk away. Okay, that's what I'm gonna have to come back to. I need to figure out how she breaks back in, and in so doing, figure out, like, 'cause there's a lot to that. It needs to be, it's related to the magic system, but essentially, like, because this whole magic system doesn't work on organic materials, or at least the part of the magic system that most humans are capable of achieving, because that can't influence anything that's organic. A lot of what's used to hold people who have these powers and stuff like that is plastic, because plastic and oil and things of that nature are organic. So what their cells are made of and everything like that is it's very strange in, like, the time period, like a pre-industrial revolution time. Like, plastic is a very rare and valuable resource. And it's like, some people probably have no fucking idea what plastic is. Like, if they saw it, they'd be like, what the hell is this? I've never seen anything like it. So yeah, and this whole place, essentially, like, the walls to this place are at least lined with plastic. That's and enough plastic that someone could melt through it, you know? Like a prison made of plastic, essentially, is what we're looking at here. So that's what I want to describe, but she needs to break into that place first and break in description, figure out what her barriers are and how she gets past them. Okay. Good note. She made her way down what seemed like 4 stories. Okay, this is not supposed to be in this spot. It's supposed to be here. Okay. I'm just gonna turn up my speakers a bit. Okay. Where are you at, Sheila? So you've broken in. You did it the exact same way that you broke out. Or something like that. And now, you're at the entrance to the prison. What do you see at the entrance to the prison? What do you think at the entrance to the prison? How about that? Sheila couldn't stand the sight of it. The factory. Plastic walls and... Yeah, okay, this is actually cool because I can describe this with her knowledge of exactly what it is. And then have Carlos come down. And when he gets there, she's already broken in. He can just walk right through the entrance and see this plastic room, these plastic halls and shit, and be like, what the fuck is this? It's like alien to him. Yeah, he'd probably never have seen plastic before with this song. Yeah, okay. Get some words down, William, get some words down. Sheila couldn't stand the sight of it. The factory, plastic walls, and... plastic walls and what? I guess not. The plastic walls. The awful... sanitized... I don't know if it smells sanitized. What does plastic smell like? Do I have any plastic I could smell? I don't think I do right now. The sanitized... For now I'm gonna say sanitized, but it's not sanitized I'm looking for. I want to describe the smell of plastic in a way that it evokes that smell, that memory smell. Describe plastic smell. Actually, hold on. One moment. Just step away really quick. I have plastic. It doesn't really have a smell. Like a smell that's not a smell. Maybe that's how I describe it. A smell that's not a smell. I never thought I'd be live on camera smelling plastic. But here I am. Yeah, it's like there is a smell. It's like very faint. It's like a grocery bag. The smell of a grocery bag, which is not helpful at all in my situation. I like a smell that isn't a smell. That almost describes what it is. Hold on. It's like, oh, this is a tough one. It smells like it's that new product smell when you open the box and it's not the cardboard but it's the plastic. It smells like plastic. Wow, I'm a genius. Plastic smells like plastic. Okay. Artistic genius. Plastic walls. The awful smell that wasn't a smell. It hit her harder than it ever had coming back to this place. She'd only been gone for 10 hours, but those 10 hours were alright, I'm just gonna go with this. Were salvation from the 10 years she'd been locked inside these plastic walls. I'm gonna keep it like that. Yeah, I'm not certain about it. I either love it or I hate it. I'll know months from now when I'm rereading it. So she's in the factory. Now, it's gotta be hard for her. Maybe it doesn't have to be hard for her to get down here. Maybe they're very confident that people can't escape this place, so the guards aren't necessarily patrolling all of the hallways. Then again, they just had an escapee. She literally escaped from here 10 hours ago, so I mean, it's unfortunately feeling like I need to do some more consideration to get further at this point. I just want to write more though. I need 5,000 words. I'm only at 3,300. Let's see. Maybe I just need a minute. You know what? I am going to go grab a bite to eat really quick. Shouldn't take me more than 5 or 10 minutes. And then I'll be sure to leave you all with some nice music. And then I will be back and I will either write some more or go through the entirety of the magic system in detail, so that I have it on record, so that people understand what the hell I'm talking about later on if they're trying to. I need to think for a bit about where she's headed. Been at this for 2 hours 45 minutes. I shouldn't feel bad about a 10-minute break, I don't think. And then we'll get going from there. Alright. I will see you all shortly.
So in case you haven't noticed, it takes
Hello. Okay. We are back. I apologize for the longer than expected wait. I was looking for a video that we could watch while I ate, and I only found a video like when I was basically finished eating. A lot hungrier than I expected, so I don't know if we're gonna watch it, but I don't think we're gonna watch it. I'm ready to get right back into some more writing. But Trope Talk is really good. If you've never heard of Overly Sarcastic Productions, great YouTube channel. I highly recommend you check them out. They do a whole bunch of videos on writing and history and awesome stuff. That being said, I want to get more done. I feel a little bit revitalized after eating some food, so I am ready to get rolling and get some more words out, because even with all that, I'm not even close to caught up yet. So I'm not even close to my goal today. I mean, my goal was very ambitious, double my word count, but like not too ambitious really. I hadn't written a ton yet. I'm just still getting these characters in mind. Once I have who they are drilled into my head, then it's gonna be a different story. Let me drop the music here a little bit. I'll leave it up though. Just want it to match my voice here. I think this is good. Okay. So Sheila couldn't stand the sight of it. The factory, the plastic walls, the awful smell that wasn't a smell. It hit her harder than it ever had, coming back to this place. She'd only been gone for 10 hours, but those 10 hours were salvation from the 10 years she'd been locked inside these plastic walls. Pretty damn good, I'd say. I like that. That makes me feel a little bit more confident reading that paragraph compared to all the garbage up here. Alright. So, she has entered the place which she's been imprisoned in for past 10 years of her life. And she is here to free some more people. So, I think she's going to rush to do that. She wasted no time. In traversing the many halls to get back to the cell block. She had until recently called home. She wasted no time in traversing the many halls to get back to the cell block. The many halls of this horrid place. That might be too much. She wasted no time in traversing the many halls of this horrid place to get back to the cell block she had until recently called home. Okay, I need to decide right here, right now, if she's gonna have trouble getting there. Are there guards stationed everywhere? Or is it empty? If it's empty, Why is it empty? It doesn't make sense that it would be empty, really. It, I don't know. I don't know how she would get past guards besides kicking the shit out of them. Maybe she does do that. Maybe a few people have to die in order for her to get to where she's trying to go. It would make her pretty badass to fight her way through a prison in order to get to a specific cell block and free some people. Yeah, the prison's gonna be on high alert because she escaped 10 hours ago. So not like high alert, but pretty on guard with an escaped person. I mean, they wouldn't expect her to come back though, either. They might just have average security. I wonder if that's something I can find online. Oh, this is gonna get me. I'm gonna be on a NSA watch list or something. Do prisons go on high alert when a prisoner escapes? Holy crap. I can't believe there's a handbook on dynamic security and prison intelligence. Just like the second Google result. Ooh, that's a crazy read. Prison escape is the act of an inmate leaving prison through unofficial or illegal ways. No shit. Let's see what the Wikipedia article says about prison breaks. Methods, prevention, punishment. Is there a reaction section? Helicopter escapes? Wait, what? List of helicopter prison escapes? I can't go off this rabbit hole, but what? A helicopter prison escape is made when an inmate escapes from a prison by means of a helicopter. The list includes prisoner escapes where a helicopter was used in an attempt to free prisoners from a place of internment, a prison or correctional facility. One of the earliest instances of using a helicopter to escape a prison was the escape of Joel David Kaplan, nicknamed ManFan, in 1971. How do you... I can't believe this is a thing. There's a whole Wikipedia list of helicopter-based prison escapes. Okay. I need to stop looking at that. I need to find... Is this article going to be helpful at all? That's the real question. Escaping from prison is a criminal offense. This is an interesting thing of note. It has nothing to do with this. There's places in Germany and a number of other countries where it's considered human nature to want to escape from a prison, and so it is considered as a to want to escape from a prison, and it is considered as a violation of the right of freedom. So escape is not penalized in itself, in the absence of other factors such as threats of violence, actual violence, or property damage. That's a really interesting thing of note. I think that they should do that everywhere because it makes sense. Like, You lock someone in a cage for their entire life, they're gonna want to get away from that situation. Many prisons use security features. Okay. Outside help. Maybe it'll be somewhere around here. If not, then I need to find the answer elsewhere. I don't see it there. I don't know how to find out how a prison would react to a prisoner having escaped and been escaped. Like, See, places outside the prison go on high alert, but why would a prison... I'm just going to use logic here and say that they wouldn't expect the prisoner to come back. Therefore, the prison itself might like try and find out how the prisoner escaped so that they could tighten security in that regard. So that might be important, and because I've skipped that portion, I can't exactly answer that question for myself yet. But ooh, what the hell did I just do? Undo. But besides that, I think that they're not going to have any tighter security than normal. So she wasted no time in traversing the many halls of this horrid place to get back to the cell block she had, until recently, called home. See, that sentence gives me a lot of room to just not do anything else. But that's kind of lazy, especially because I only have a page and a half to this chapter, and I might want to make it longer or before I go to Carlos. Like, I might not want to just drop into Carlos's perspective right here. I definitely don't want to, actually. And I say right here, but right here is where I mean where I just marked. Keep forgetting that you can't see the mouse. Which I think will be fixed when I get this up and running tomorrow, actually. So this is, yeah, I'm still stuck right where I was. She wants to escape the prison. How about, you can see I have writing escape scenes already typed in here, because I need something to spark whether or not she's gonna have to fight her way through this. If this is a good line of thought to go down. If she kills a bunch of guards to get there, let's say, like, that's one way she could do this. Kill guards. If she does that, then when Carlos gets down here, he can follow a trail of bodies. Carlos follows bodies. Okay, so hold please. Sorry about that. So she kills guards. Carlos follows the bodies, finds her, or finds Well, he has to find her and she has to run away from him. That's what has to happen. So her and her friend... Okay, that could work really well. Because what I want is to get her and him to meet and then get far away from each other. She's gonna run the hell away from him. So that actually works perfectly because Carlos and her meet and I'm not gonna type it out. Carlos and her meet. Actually, I am gonna type it out. Carlos and Sheila. Carlos catches Sheila. Her and her friend escape. Yeah, this is gonna work very well. Her and her friend escape, and then Carlos talks to prisoners before Fomorian massacre. Okay, yeah, this is the direction to take it. That's perfect because it gives an excuse for all of these events to converge in one place. If Sheila kills a bunch of people, a bunch of guards to get, or knocks them out or something, that's the other thing. Do I want her to murder them or knock them out? That's something I can do in the edit. I'll write it as she kills them, and if it seems too brutal of an introduction it might be too brutal for who I want her to be as a character. I don't want her to be necessarily a killer like that, even though they're the people who enslaved her for 10 years. Maybe now, you know what? They're people who enslaved her for 10 years. He's gonna want to kill all of them, and then I can show later that like she doesn't just kill willy-nilly. That's just what she needed to do in the moment, because those people abused her and shit. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna write it as she kills them. If it seems wrong for her character, later I can edit it back where she knocks them out or something. So this all, I need to keep it there because I don't know how much of that I'm gonna actually finish. I'm gonna just make it grayed out and move forward. Let's get some more words down. It's already like 11:45. Don't know how much longer I have in me. I'll try to get to 5,000 tonight, but we're at hour 3.5 and I'm only about 1,000 words in. So I guess we'll see what happens. I'm gonna aim for 5,000 tonight. Maybe it'll happen, maybe it won't. She wasted no time in traversing the many halls of this horrid place to get back to the cell block she had until recently called home. Wow. Sheila's name is really convenient for depending on if I want to use her name or a pronoun, because I can just write ILA after she. I didn't even think of that. Okay. Sheila wasted no time in traversing the many halls of this horrid place to get back to the cell block she had until recently called home. I don't know if that works anymore, considering that there's a whole scene that has to take place before she gets there. I could just, like, that's her intent, and then she made it exactly half of the way there before running into her first guard patrol. Two men. Okay, so the guards down here have to be very carefully equipped. They can't wear anything made of metal or stone or crystal, but metal. Two men in the familiar black leather in the familiar. Okay, so I think they're all right. The traditional Amphoran, like, military would wear white and gold, because it's the colors of Amphora are like white and gold. So I don't want the people down here to be dressed like that, but they are Amphoran military. Or are they? Maybe they're a private guard force. I don't know. That's something to consider later. Right now, they're gonna have a very specific uniform. And the familiar. Yeah, I think it's gonna be like a black military. Not how I want to describe it. Two men in the familiar. Maybe it is how I want to describe it. Two men in the familiar black military uniform with no. What I want to get across is that there's no rank insignia, there's no badge, there's no anything. It's like there's no signifying mark on the uniform that there would be traditionally. They're kind of like what's the word? They're being secretive. They don't want somebody to discover this place and then be able to pin it on their organization. Nobody's wearing the Amphoran official garb. Two men in the familiar black factory. Yeah, okay. They're so familiar to her. I should just be using her terms, or from her perspective. Two men in the familiar black factory guards uniform. Which, and then I can do a little bit of exposition here, like, which. Two men in the familiar black factory guards uniform, which was purposefully left with no identifying ranks or insignia two men in the familiar black factory guard's uniform. I used the wrong which. You can tell I'm getting tired here. Two men in the familiar black factory guard's uniform, which was purposefully left with no identifying ranks or insignias. I don't know if this is even a proper sentence, but I'm just gonna go for it. Which was purposefully left with no identifying ranks or insignias. Were approaching down the hallway as Sheila turned a corner. Taken for surprise, one of the men called out. Hold up. Okay, how do I describe this? What's happening here is Sheila darts around the corner, and then this guy notices her immediately. He sees her, and she darts back around the corner at the same time. So I need to describe that he sees her first, because she notices him see her, and then I describe her darting around the corner again. I'm confused as to how I do that and get it across. So, taken for surprise, one of the men nudged. Taken for surprise, one of the men stared directly at Sheila, who stared back for a split second before darting back the way which she came. Okay. So did I use the word darting a bunch, or was that just something that was running through my head? She'll turn the corner, taking first. Okay, yeah, no, I didn't overdo it. Nice. Darting back the way she came. The footsteps, because she now can't see them, so she doesn't know what they're doing. She can hear them. The footsteps of the two men stopped momentarily and then picked up in pace. Sheila stood back against the wall at the corner of the hallway. She held her breath for what seemed like ages until seemed like ages, seemed like eons, how about? She held her breath for what seemed like eons, until the footsteps grew so close that she could hear them over, so that she could no longer hear her heartbeat over the thud, thud, thud of the guard's boots on the ground. I kind of like this. It's gonna need a little bit of editing work, I think. But so will everything else, won't it? As the men approached the corner where Sheila hid, As the men approached the corner where Sheila hid, she jolted. Let's keep it like that for now. Jolted, I don't like it. Jolted out with her knife from behind the corner. Oh, actually, now I like it. The way I'm writing this now I do like it. She jolted out from behind the corner, knife in hand. The man closest to her she watched the surprised expression on the man closest to hers face disappear as her knife dug deep into the man's neck. Brutal. Okay. Yeah, okay, so this is her first time ever killing someone. That needs to reflect in her reaction. She's like barely conscious of the fact that it's happening right now. It's like an instinctual thing. Like, so as the men approached the corner where Sheila hid, she jolted out from behind the corner, around the corner, I don't know. Knife in hand. She watched the surprised expression on the man closest to her. I need to stop doing this editing right here. She watched the surprised expression man closest to hers. Face disappear as her knife dug deep into the man's neck. Sheila looked down at the now blood-soaked knife in her blood-soaked hand, and startled, looked into the man's eyes before his body collapsed under its own weight. Hey, that's gonna be something that comes back to haunt her. That's gonna be something she has to deal with. Actually, I need to pull up the outline. I'm thinking about it like the reason I was worried about putting her through something like this immediately. Like, there's good reasons for her to do this. There's good reasons for her to do this as a character, and for her to do this for the rest of the story leading forward. But this puts a responsibility on me to address the fact that she's killed people for the first time ever. But actually, no, that's a good thing, because she needs something to do while Carlos is dealing with his existential dread of realizing that there's a whole slave market underneath the country that he has, the city that he's been defending for his entire adult life. So yeah, no, it's gonna be good then. It's gonna be necessary, and like I needed something to give Sheila to do there. This might, I was expecting this. I wrote this to be like a 50,000 word novel, like a short book. But the way it's developing, as soon as I decided I'm gonna have Sheila be a viewpoint character as well, I think it's gotten longer. She needs to do some stuff at the start, which is going to increase the... Whoa, what the hell? That's not my word count. Oh, characters? Okay, no, that is my word count. Sorry. I'm losing my mind. I'm tired. My word count disappeared though. Gotta fix this really quick. Word count. Display. Why is it doing this? going on with that, why it just says view word count. But where do we go from here? He just killed somebody. And she's got another guy to deal with, so she's got to deal with that. As the men approached the corner where Sheila hid, she jolted out from behind from around the corner. She jolted out from around the corner, knife in hand. She watched the surprised expression on the man closest to her face disappear as her knife dug deep into the man's neck. Sheila looked down at the now blood-soaked knife in her blood-soaked hand and, startled, looked into the man's eyes before his body collapsed under his own weight. Going to a new paragraph. It was the exclamation from the second guard which pulled Sheila from the daze that was the realization of what she'd just done. I don't know. That's good for now. He was staring. No, he wasn't just staring at her. She looked at the man in what must have been she gaped at the man. She gaped at the man in what must have been the most dumbfounded. This is not what I want to say, but typing it anyway. Most dumbfounded look he'd ever seen on a person's face. I want her to be shocked enough that it gives him time to pull a wooden club off of his belt and come at her so that she has to fight him off. But I don't know. He gaped at the man in what must have been the most dumbfounded look he'd ever seen on a person's face. She wanted to say something. To apologize. To I mean, like, I'm glad that I'm feeling so stun-locked by this, because that's what she feels like. I feel like I'm in her headspace a little bit there. She wanted to say something, to apologize. To make what she'd just done go away. Like it never happened. And they could just be friends. He wanted to surrender. But no. Surrender was not what Sheila wanted at all. These were the men these were the people who had enslaved her for 10 long years. These were two of many guards who had made her life a living nightmare since the day they locked her in this terrible place. Okay, this is good. These were two of many guards who had made her life a living nightmare since the day they locked her in this terrible place. She didn't want to surrender to them anymore. She didn't want to surrender to anyone ever again. I think that's pretty good. I like that. Sorry, I didn't give the read very much. I didn't put much life into the reading of that, but I think the words are good. I think that's hitting exactly the nerve that I want it to. Okay. Now. Sheila blinked. Sheila blinked. And in that moment, the second guard had drawn his club, riot club, and swung it back for a heavy blow. Sheila needed to think fast. Okay, plastic hallway, plastic floor, guards winging a billy club down on her, like about to hit her in the head. You could duck under his legs and stab him in the back. That'd be kind of cool. I just I'm just gonna read through this real quick and then decide if that's what she does. I don't know why my word count disappeared. Why'd you leave me? We're at 37:31. I think I'm gonna go for 4,000. Not where I wanted to be. It's where I'm gonna be. Cause getting a little tired, and I wanna be able to set up my PC tomorrow and stream tomorrow. So I wanna get up early enough to do all that. Although the mail could not come until the afternoon. I don't know. Anyway, let's read this. As the men approached the corner where Sheila hid, she jolted out from around the corner. Two corners there. I'll worry about that in editing. As the men approached the corner where Sheila hid, she jolted out from around the corner, knife in hand. She watched the surprised expression on the man closest to her face disappear as her knife dug deep into the man's neck. Sheila looked down at the now blood-soaked knife in her blood-soaked hand and, startled, looked into the man's eyes before his body collapsed under its own weight. It was the exclamation from the second guard which pulled Sheila from the daze that was the realization of what she had just done. He gaped at the man in what must have been the most dumbfounded look he'd ever seen on a person's face. She wanted to say something, to apologize, to make what she'd just done go away. Like it never happened, and they could just be friends. He wanted to surrender, but no. Surrender was not what Sheila wanted at all. These were the people who had enslaved her for 10 long years. These were two of the many guards who had made her life a living nightmare since the day they locked her in this terrible place. She didn't want to surrender to them anymore. She didn't want to surrender to anyone ever again. Sheila blinked. In that moment, the second guard had drawn his riot club and swung it back for a heavy blow. Sheila needed to think fast. Yeah, I think she's gonna like dive under his legs. How do I I'm so out of it right now. I think I'm gonna call it a night here, actually. I'm gonna leave a note of he dives under his legs and stabs him in the back. Like, maybe this is what she does. Yeah, because I'm out of it. I need time to contemplate, I guess. Like, I don't know. What I really need is to be awake when I figure out how this fight scene plays out, because this is basically the end of this fight scene, but I think she's gonna have to deal with another guard or two, maybe. I'll probably start tomorrow's stream, if tomorrow's stream happens. I'll probably start the next stream with a read-through of what I have so far for the Sheila chapter. It's only 3 pages, so we can get through that pretty fast and decide where it needs to go from here. I want to find out. I'll do it after I log off the stream. I don't know why this word count suddenly stopped being at the bottom of the page. I probably have it happening on video, so I could probably see what caused it. But we got 37:44, so that's pretty good. I mean, it's not pretty good. It was 4 hours and 10 minutes, and I only got 1,300 words. I was at 24. Yeah, 1,300 words in 4 hours. So it's pretty slow today, but I was essentially creating Sheila's character a little bit here, so that's fair. Tuesday is the day I currently have slated to try and catch up completely. So that's going to be a hell of a day. I'll probably be streaming the entirety of the day instead of just at night. We'll see how that goes. But maybe I'll be able to get up to, at that point, Tuesday. At that point, I'd want to be at, I mean, ideally I'd be at like 20,000 words. So if tomorrow I can get 2,000 or so on, maybe, then I could get caught up, relatively close to caught up. We'll see how it goes. Anyway, that's that. I need to remember 37:44. I'm gonna update NanoWriMo. If it loads. Here we go. Total words 37:44. I'm feeling good about what we got done. Like, just in terms of character creation and stuff. Character realization. When did I start today? I started at... What time did I start at? I have it down. Started at 7... No, I didn't. I started at 8:15-ish. Okay. So 8:15 p.m. And I ended at 12:19 a.m. Okay. Update. Here we go. Another day. Didn't get the 3 days in a row because I skipped yesterday. Cool. Alright. Good stuff. And yeah, I don't have any more updates. We might start the next stream going over the magic a little bit more. Maybe with some preparation I can give you all a better idea of what the magic's about. I'll go and watch what I actually said today. But yeah, thank you everyone for stopping in, and see you all next time. Bye.